But thank you guys for being here. And before hearing all I'm together. So continue to please call next time.
The next slide is approval of agenda item number 21-172.
Yeah, that's it. The new business item to the course presentations. Is there anything else that you just staff council now? Okay, I'll open up for a motion on the agenda.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second. Okay, I have a motion for approving and this has come in more. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay. It's public comment. And general public comment is a time for citizens to share information with mayor and city council and to write input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a card and submit to our city clerk. Or raise your hand if you're attending prior to the agenda item being called. Just remember, this is not a time to engage the mayor or city council in conversation. When your name is called, please come forward. Unmute yourself. If you're virtual, and speak to the microphone stating your name and address for the record. 5 minutes for remarks. The city encourages you to review the agenda. You'll speak. Bring your comment close to the clerk or raise your hand virtually right now. So, Tammy, do you have any public comment?
We do, Mayor. We have three. Our first comment is Felix Zentz. If you will come to the podium, please. And as a reminder, state your name and your address, please.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Felix Sense, and I live at 800 Hopewell Place Drive in Milton, Georgia. My residence is directly beside Hopewell Road. Since I moved in 2011, there's been a lot of excessive speeding going north and south on Hopewell Road. There has been 3 accidents since 2011 at the intersection of Hopewell Road and Hopewell Place Drive. There's also been 1 accident in late 2017 or 18, Plantation Drive and Hopewell Road. A couple of times, the Milton Police were parked at the intersection at night at Hopewell Place Drive and Hopewell Road. FYI, there's also a meeting tonight at Alpharetta City Hall regarding T-Splotch, where they're going to discuss a possible roundabout at the intersection of Hopewell and the beginning of Hopewell Road. Since my residence is directly beside Hopewell Road, so I see a lot of speeding occurring. Sometimes in the morning during morning rush hour, sometimes in the afternoon morning rush hour, and a lot of times in later evenings and on the weekend. Where I live, if I have to make a left to go down towards Alpharetta, it's kind of a blind spot, and I have to creep up into the intersection just to see who's coming north in order for me to make a left-hand turn to go south. I don't know if this has been brought up before, but I wanted to attend here to at least make it known of the situation. I don't know what can be done, but it's to me, I know that the ambulances go back and forth and they're pretty fast, and I understand that. But this is not ambulance, fire, or police. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And obviously, our public safety and public works will duly note this comment.
Mayor, our next comment is Ms. Kathy Cobb. If you'll please come forward to the podium.
I have laryngitis. It's going to be very hard for me to speak. But I have been a resident of Alpharetta since 1987, and I've watched the city really bloom. I inaugurated the city of Milton with my horses when they became a city, and that's what this town is about. Well, I thought was the horses, and I used to take big groups trail riding, back up on the dirt roads. You can't do that anymore. There's so many speeding, so many speed people out there. It's dangerous. I can't even walk across my street. I can't get out of my driveway. Pamela's got people parking at my facility with no permission. Why is it right for people to come up and park at my house when they don't have my permission? I've been having to call the cops because I've had my trailer tags stolen. I've had my vehicles vandalized. My horses have been injured. You just don't know what I've been through. And never anything like this has ever happened since I lived here. And I love this town, and this kind of thing has got to stop. I've got little kids that might be out on the driveway at midnight. My granddaughter's 13. She likes to talk on her phone. Well, what am I supposed to do when some idiot comes whipping in there and parks in my driveway and we don't even know him? And just to mention the speeders and the trouble it's causing with my animals, if they're not expecting anybody that time of hour. It's just not right that somebody like this can just carry on and carry on. And then all of a sudden I get these reports of my website is stolen, that they're using my location as her location, saying I'm training, I am a trainer of horses, and I've been for 50 years, and I've never trained anywhere but my farm. And now some kid comes and tells me I'm training at Pamelot. I do not train at Pamelot, and would never train at Pamelot the way they treat their animals. Those are the skinniest animals I've ever seen. They don't get taken care of. I don't want to be associated with it. But the three big things. There's speeders. I can't get out of my driveway. People are parking illegally on my farm. I live at 13940 Hopewell Road. And since this lady started her business up, I've got so many incidents of my property, it's not funny. You can call the city of Milton or you can call the city of Alpharetta and look up every incident is associated with something weird like this. People are vandalizing my house. This is insane. Plus, to mention the fact I can't have a party on a Saturday night when her music's so loud, I can't hear her music. And I get into trouble. Somebody pulls up, Miss Cobb, your band's too loud. Miss Cobb, your music's too loud. Well, what about hers? I mean, is she the princess of Milton? This is really wrong. Yeah.
Ms. Cobb,
Yes.
thank you for your comments. Do you mind, you stated your address and
Yes,
know
my
your name,
address is 13940 Hopewell Road.
and state your name just for the record.
Catherine Ann Cobb. Kathy Cobb.
Right. Thank you.
And I started Western riding in this town. And I will continue because she's not running me out. This is wrong.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That completes our general, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll move on to our consent agenda. Tammy, if you'll please call the items.
Thank you, Mayor. That first item is approval of a construction services agreement between the City of Milton and Vertical Earth, Inc. for Hopewell Road at Bethany Bend, Bethany Way intersection improvement project. Agenda item number 21173. Our next item, approval of a construction services agreement between the City of Milton and Triscapes, Inc. for cart path removal and trail construction at former Milton Country Club. Agenda item number 21174. Our third item, approval of a grant funding from the State of Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, known as the CJCC, for use of force and de-escalation training. Agenda item number 21175. Our fourth and final consent agenda is approval of a subdivision plat and revision. It's located at Big Ten Farm at 2535 and 2545 Hopewell Road, land lot 678, District 2, Section 2. It's a minor plat subdividing one parcel into two tracts, a total of 4.303 acres with a density of 1.46 lots per acre. Agenda item number 21176. Mayor?
Okay. I'll open up a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion from Councilmember Morrig with a second from Councilmember Cookerly for approval on the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, we'll move on to reports and presentations.
Thank you, Mayor. That item is proclamation in recognition of the Milton Police Department Chiefs Advisory Board for excellent in service to our community.
Okay. Before I read this proclamation and present it, I'd like to recognize our Police Chief, Rich Austin, and welcome Chief Austin to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Amongst COVID last year, also a very difficult time was with law enforcement within our country. And fortunately, we have a very great group of police officers in Milton, and I'm very humbled to serve in the capacity of the police chief for the city. But the difficulties over the last summer prompted a lot of very productive conversations, and I had some very good conversations with many members of our citizenry. And I had some folks that wanted to serve at a deeper level. And so something that I had been wanting to do since coming to Milton was develop a Chiefs Advisory Board, just to hear counsel from several members in a wide cross-section of our community. And so the board kind of organically came together, and we have been meeting weekly since shortly after last summer. And they have been instrumental in helping me to vet initiatives and just to be a sounding board as we best chart a path forward to how to serve our Milton citizens. So I appreciate their excellence and what they have done for me and for our police department as they have helped us to fulfill our mission, vision, and values.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Okay, I'm proud to present this proclamation for recognition of the Milton Police Department Chiefs Advisory Board for excellence in service to our community. Whereas, the City of Milton Police Department understands the vital importance of engaging with our community. And whereas, the City of Milton Police Department invites regular and meaningful dialogue with a wide cross-section of citizens who, through their contribution, can help the department best fulfill its mission, vision, and values. And whereas, as part of efforts to be productive and innovative in its engagement, the Milton Police Department implemented a Chiefs Advisory Board. And whereas, the Milton Police Chiefs Advisory Board has provided critical feedback and acted as a sounding board for the Chief of Police in matters of police initiatives and activities. And whereas, members of the Milton Police Chiefs Advisory Board serve as ambassadors for the Milton Police Department to facilitate accurate, meaningful communication. Whereas, this relationship can serve efforts to reduce and prevent crime, to protect life and property, and to enhance the quality of life in Milton. And whereas, Chiefs Advisory Board volunteers have given freely of their time and perspective in order to help the Chief of Police fulfill the department's goal of continual, exceptional service to our citizens. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and the City Council of the City of Milton, hereby proclaim and recognize the Milton Police Department's Chiefs Advisory Board members for their selfless volunteer services to our police department and our community. And this is given under our hand and seal of the City of Milton, Georgia, on the 7th day of June, 2021. And if I could have those members step forward and
Thank you,
Chief.
Mayor. If I could have Mark Amick, Andrea Bartles, Barry Cohen, Amy Donnelly, Mary Lee Hamilton, Hub Kelsch, and Camilla Worrell. Ms. Deborah Jones could not be with us this evening. However, her husband Raymond is in the audience tonight.
I'll get back in council and get behind and get it fixed.
Get on there. Perfect. Take a few. Ready? One. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just in addition, we're going to go over and have some dinner and our meeting, and they'll also be receiving the Chiefs Award for Excellence for this year.
Great. And I just want to thank you, Chief Austin, and everybody here tonight that we presented with this proclamation. I never want to losing the opportunity to just shout out our public safety. And I always try to remember everybody that these are the guys that get up every morning and go to work, willing to put their lives on the line to keep us, even if we're a stranger, safe. And so you folks that have helped out here, you're helping support those guys. So we appreciate everything. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. If you remember, we moved our new business items up in our agenda. So if our city clerk would please call those items.
That first item is consideration of an amended emergency ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Milton, Georgia, under section 3.18 of the charter of the city of Milton, Georgia, to provide for the operation of the city of Milton during the public emergency known as the novel coronavirus disease 2019 global pandemic, to become effective as stated, to supersede the existing emergency order, and for other purposes. Agenda item number 21177. City Attorney, Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I know that you are intimately familiar with this ordinance at this point. This is simply yet again another 30-day extension as we attempt to run our emergency declaration coterminous with the governor's emergency declaration. There may be light at the end of the tunnel soon, and we may actually come out of this at a statewide basis. Of course, that will likewise terminate ours. We do this and have continued to enact this over and over and over and again, simply out of an abundance of caution to ensure that if there is any particularly funding initiatives that are based upon a locally declared emergency, that we don't forego those. And that has been the primary basis for this, particularly at this point, Mr. Mayor. And we may be at some point where the city and city staff get together and just decide that we may need to come out of it anyway. But right now, I still think it is the cautious approach to continue to extend it.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ken? Do you have any public comment on this?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay. Then I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 21-177.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, Tammy, if you'll please sound the next item.
And that next item is consideration of a resolution authorizing disposition of certain golf cart easements within the former Milton Country Club property. It's agenda item number 21178. Our acting Public Works Director, Ms. Sarah Leaders.
Thank you. Good evening. In April of 2019, a resolution was approved that authorized the disposition of 22 lots, the golf cart path easements on 22 lots. And as we were developing plans for phase one, which has now been awarded for construction, we realized there were 4 lots that the cart path existed on that didn't have easements. So this resolution would authorize to dispose of those easements once the cart paths are removed and the ground is stabilized once construction is complete.
Okay, are there any questions for Sarah on that? Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not, sir.
Okay. Then I'll open up for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve agenda item number 21-178.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Moore with a second from Councilmember Cookerly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, Tammy, if you'll please call the next item.
That next item is consideration of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to Billy Allen's, located at 3000 Heritage Walk, Suite 201, Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 21179. Ms. Bernadette Harville.
Service food restaurant,
There I am.
which means that they have a 70-30 ratio between sales from food and sales from alcohol to sales from food. So they will not be able to serve on Sundays. They are in compliance, and we recommend approval.
Okay. Are there any public comment on this?
No, sir.
Okay, are there any questions from council? And I'll open up for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I recommend we approve agenda item number 21-179 as read.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Cookerly with a second from Councilmember Morrig. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, if City Clerk could please sound the final new business item.
That final item is consideration of the issuance of an alcohol beverage license to Milton and Maine LLC, located at 15800 Birmingham Highway, Suite 601 in Milton. Agenda item number 21180, Ms. Bernadette Harville.
Milton and Maine is an establishment in the Birmingham Crossroads area. They will be having an application for an incidental service license. Again, you may recall this license has parameters around it prohibiting any more than 16 ounces of wine or 24 ounces of beer to be served to an individual patron in any given day. They also have a restriction to spend no more than 2% of their gross receipts on alcohol, and they can only give it away. There will be no sales. They are in compliance, and staff recommends approval.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on that, Tammy?
We do not, sir.
All right, any questions from council? I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 21-180.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Jameson with a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
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 That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bernadette. If the city clerk will please sound the final new business item.
That was, sir. That was the final.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we don't have any first presentation or public hearing, so we're going to move on to our zoning agenda. If the city clerk will please read the rules, the zoning rules, and sound that item.
Thank you, Mayor. The zoning agenda does include items like rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances. In addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments, I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting, which includes a zoning agenda. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The opposition will also be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. The applicant may choose to save some time for the rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks provided time remains within the allotted time. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards were received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization before beginning their presentation. The Planning Commission has heard the rezoning agenda items, and their recommendations have been forwarded to the Mayor and City Council for consideration and disposition. The applicant shall not submit material to the Council during this meeting unless requested to do so. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the Council in consideration of your application should have already been submitted to the Community Development Department and is included in the normal distribution of packages to the Council. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Our first zoning item this evening is consideration of zoning text amendment RZ 21-05, Section 64, Article 5, Crabapple Form-Based Code 6.1 Definitions, Table 9, as it relates to breweries and distilleries. Agenda item number 21157. Mayor Lockwood.
Okay, do we have any, is this, Bob going to present this, or?
Robin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This item, these series of 3 items, U21-01, U21-02, and U21-03 of the last one, 03, the applicant. I'm sorry.
Yep.
We're doing the
This is the text amendment.
text amendments. I'm sorry. Yes. I have my assistant, Sarah. I'm sorry, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I had Bob's name on here, so I got messing you guys up.
Okay.
On council screen?
It's coming.
Okay.
Reformatting.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are back before Council with text amendments relating to breweries, microbreweries, distilleries, and microdistilleries in Crabapple and Deerfield. We first brought this to Council for input in February, took that to CZIM, and then to Planning Commission, which unanimously voted to recommend approval. And first presentation was at the last Council meeting. We recommend adding breweries. That's the schedule. We recommend adding breweries, microbreweries, distilleries, and microdistilleries as definitions in the Crabapple and Deerfield form-based codes, and add as uses allowed by warrant in T4 open and T5 in Crabapple, and then T4 open, T5, and T6 in Deerfield. This will ensure proper oversight by our Community Development Department while not creating undue hardship for the new businesses. Applicants would be required to submit the same information and pay the same fees as if they were applying for an administrative variance, giving professional oversight to the Community Development Director and giving him or her the responsibility to determine if the use in the land is appropriate. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions? Heidi?
I only have one. How does this affect the one that's supposed to be coming in Crabapple?
So the one is already in T5,
Okay.
which is light industrial is already allowed by warrant, which this is considered light industrial. We're just calling it out specifically.
Okay.
Okay, Paul?
Sarah, in reading the information for tonight, I noticed one of the things that was changed was a recommendation that we move to a 2-year pour license under this as well instead of a 1-year.
That was changed before.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. What's the rationale behind that?
So the pour license for the individual server, so the manager still has to get that annually, but it's keeping in mind that in general, a server is going to have to take time off to go get fingerprinted and to do all of these things. So it's just in consideration of the server.
But so a restaurant, though, still has a 1-year pour license for their
Yes,
server.
the owner and the registered agents.
Owners, managers, any of their officials, and their registered and licensee agents.
So is it more of a burden for one than another? Why wouldn't it be the same?
To keep, yes, we are removing the burden for that hourly worker, for the server, of going in every year to get fingerprinted.
Okay, but you understand my point?
Yes.
It's one way for a restaurant, but it's another for the brewery and distilleries. And
Every establishment would have their owners and all of their managers, their officials, if they're have any chief officials, their licensee agent, registered agent, no matter what type of establishment they are. It's the serving staff that's just literally taking your order that would have the 2-year license in any establishment.
All of those?
Yes.
Okay, I
Sorry.
appreciate the clarification.
Misunderstood that question.
Thank you.
Laura?
Just a question for staff as far as the warrant. How many breweries do we envision for Crabapple or Deerfield? Is there a percentage? I mean, I have a concern with an open-ended, unrestricted, no conditions, place that on the community development director. I mean, I love Bob, but, at some point, as we're merging Chapter 4 with our land use, I, have some concerns.
Opposite of what you have from our traditional, I think, more Euclidean zoning. So the benefit of having it as under a warrant and having the many criteria that's listed gives the authority to the Director of Community Development to determine when we've hit that threshold. Bob and I actually just had this conversation just before I came in here, so it's great to hear that it's coming up in conversation now. What I recommended to Bob as the Community Development Director, that this should be a regular topic of conversation when we come before work sessions and councils. So you as the leaders of the city can determine when you think we've maybe have too much of one use or we need more of another use, because that's really what form-based code is based on, the different uses.
So it's somewhat fluid, so it's subject to change as well?
It's subject to how the council feels. At what point have you hit too many of anything? And that's when you look at form-based code, it's more about the design, as you know, than it is the use. And if we start seeing more micro distilleries and microbreweries than you're comfortable with, that would be the time to communicate with Bob, say, I think we've got enough. And when you, as some of the requirements on there would be impact on the neighborhood, he'd be able to use that to determine, no, I'm not going to, there'll be no more warrants for that in those zones. I don't know if that helps.
Because, I mean, for example, do breweries typically have live music and outdoor, events like that? I'm thinking about the mix of uses that we're envisioning for Deerfield and having residents, over, a brewery. So I just want to make sure that, we're thinking about all of the different uses merging with alcohol and, let's be honest, we have our first farm winery, and we are living some growing pains with it. And I just want to make sure that we think ahead and make sure that as long as we have the ability to change, and it doesn't put undue pressure on our community development director, that we can have a work session and say we're seeing too many breweries or whatever, distilleries, because is my understanding that, we've relaxed the food percentage, and we are now offering packaged beer and spirits out of those as well. Is that right?
Out of the 70-30, not packaged liquor. They can get an additional license to sell like a to-go bottle of wine, but they can't sell a to-go bottle of tequila.
Okay, what about beer?
Beer, yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. I just, as long as the community development director, the council has the ability to convene and reassess what the mix is if there's no set percentages of breweries and distilleries in Crabapple and Deerfield.
It should be a regular topic of conversation as we build out. The conversation that Bob and I had today, it's kind of a different animal when you're filling an entire downtown all at the same time. And you're having all the different new uses coming in at the same time. What's the correct mix of any type of use? What creates that vibrant downtown? I know that no one here is looking for a Bourbon Street type environment. At the same time, we want to make sure we have the right mix to be able to keep the place vibrant at 3 o'clock and at 8 o'clock. We don't have the exact mix, but I think that we as a community will be able to feel when we're hitting that point. And then the way I've equated it, and Ken could correct me if I'm wrong, Bob has it's actually a significant amount of authority with that warrant, almost as if he was evaluating use permit on his own to determine whether or not that is a good fit, and not only that, to be able to create the conditions. Let's say we're looking at at one use in one location that's nowhere near any residences. Maybe that place can stay open till 11. But another one that backs up to maybe a handful of residences, maybe that is not an 11 o'clock establishment. That's the way I'm reading as far as the authority that would be vested in our community development director.
Well, just to follow up to that, thanks, Steve. That was one of the things I realized I wanted to go back and clarify was hours of operation. So if I heard you correctly just now, we can measure that both individually based on the establishment and what the experience is. If it's an hours of operation thing that appears to be imposing a hardship on the nearby residents, we would have the ability to revisit that, even if the original warrant suggested they could go until 11. If that's too late, it could actually be adjusted by the Director of Community Development, or would it be adjusted by council? Maybe that's too deep in the woods for today, but we have the ability to address it, is I guess the way I want to go with that.
Always. The council always has the final word, and if something is not functioning appropriately, you have the right to rein it in.
Same thing with sound levels. Just the vibrance may be too much if it's a residential area. We can come back and address that at a later date.
Conversely, community development director could determine that music may not be appropriate to the venue, whether inside or outside.
Okay. Which leads me to one more question. Sarah, in reading, there wasn't a definition as to why we removed the restriction on the happy hour. We lifted restrictions on the happy hours according to what I was reading about all three of these, the microbreweries, the distilleries, and the craft.
We did that a while ago with the.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. We removed them because there was nobody. I mean, I don't really remember. There was a reason.
That's okay. It's not something you have to answer tonight if you don't know the answer.
Okay, I will find that slide and
I
explain that to you.
Just a follow-up, I look forward to it.
Okay.
I think the state removed I don't remember exactly, but I thought it was because the state removed certain regulations there, but it's been a little while
And
since
happy
we did
hours
that.
can mean a lot of different things. It
Right.
can mean, an event in terms of something festive where they're planning a theme. It can mean drink specials where there's multiple drinks for a period of time. It can mean outside versus inside activities. It might be surrounding a cornhole event, or it might be dart throwing or axe throwing. I mean, the things that we are seeing as a part of today's event, I guess, recreation, adult activities in those kinds of settings. And so I was interested in the fact that we lifted that at a point in time. Just want to make sure that we understand the parameters.
Okay, I will get that to you.
So, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any public comment on this?
I do not, Mayor.
Okay. I'll close the hearing part of that and open up for a motion on this first one.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 21-157.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jameson with a second from Councilmember Longoria. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, Tim, if you'd please sound the next item.
The second item is consideration of zoning text amendment, RZ 21-06 of Section 64, Article 1, Deerfield Code, 6-1 definitions, Table 10. Agenda item number 21-158. Ms. Sarah Ladart.
That's the same presentation.
Any questions or any public comment?
I do not, Mayor.
I'll close the hearing and open this up for
Mayor,
motion. Yes, sir.
I move that we approve agenda item number 21-158.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Longoria with a second from Councilmember Mora. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Okay, clerk, would please sound the next item.
Our third item, consideration of RZ 21-07 at 14140 Freeman Road by Hodis to rezone from AG1 to CUP on its community unit plan on 9.079 acres to develop a 6-lot single-family residential subdivision. Applicant has requested withdrawal and planning commission recommended withdrawal. Agenda item 21-159. Robin?
I'm up here at the correct time, I believe. Again, just to reiterate what the item explained, this proposed rezoning from AG1 to CUP, the applicant has requested for withdrawal. At the Planning Commission last month, they also made a recommendation for withdrawal. So this is before you as well to conclude and finish out this process.
Is there any questions for Robin on this? Okay.
Mayor.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay. Close the hearing, and I'll open up our motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to
to approve agenda item number 21-159.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Bentley.
Just approving the withdrawal.
Approving the withdrawal.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a motion from Councilmember Bentley approving the withdrawal, and a second from, was it Councilmember Moore? Okay, second. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, the city clerk, please sound the next item.
Thank you, Mayor. Item is consideration of U21-01 VC 21-03 at 2105 Bethany Way for a total of 18.07 acres by the PFAJ Revocable Trust dated 2/17/2019 to request a use permit for agriculture-related activities, Section 64-1797, and a two-part concurrent variance. Number one, to allow the existing parking areas, wood pavilion, and horse arenas and driveways within the 100-foot activity setback. Section 64-1797D. Number two, to allow the structures housing animals to be located within 100 feet of a property line. Section 64-1797E. And item number 21-160. The next item is consideration of U21-02 at 1.5 Bethany Bay is contained on a parcel with a total of 18.07 acres by the PFAJ Revocable Trust dated 2/17/19 to request a use permit for a rural event facility. Section 64-1842. Agenda item number 21-161. Item is consideration of U21-03 BC 21-04 at 2105 Bethany Way for a total of 18.07 acres by the PFAJ Revocable Trust dated 2/17/2019 to request a use permit for festivals or events indoor, outdoor, Section 64-1812, and the following set of concurrent variants. Number one, to delete the requirement for an 8-foot high, 100% opaque fence adjacent to residential districts or AG1 district used for single-family dwellings. 64-1812 B2. Number two, to allow this parking within 100 feet from residential district or AG1 districts used for single-family dwellings. Section 64-1812 B4. Number three, to eliminate the 3-year period from the date of City Council's approval. Section 64-1812 B6. Number four, to allow the 2-foot wide strip along public streets to be planted with the existing landscape vegetation along Bethany Bay and Hopewell Road. Section 64-24-281. Number five, to reduce or eliminate a 75-foot wide undisturbed buffer or alternative screening design with 10-foot improvement setback adjacent to AG1 zone district where existing structures, drive activities, and parking are shown on the site plan. Section 64-142A 3B. Number 6. To eliminate sidewalks along Bethany and Hopewell Road. Section 64-142E. And finally, number 7, to allow for low land light pole installation. Section 64-112F. Agenda item 21-162. City Attorney, Mr.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much. And thank you for these under a single tab. So we can sort of ask council as to where we are this evening. The with respect to these 3 use permit items has made a series of requests. The first request is to withdraw. You just did it also. It looks like they withdraw the festival use. So that is one request that's being made. With respect to the other 2 use permits, first request to defer until July. I think it means with staff, it would appear that if the council mayors to withdraw fully some along the lines of July 19th week in order to ensure that the holiday is not obligated to doing so. Those are pending requests this evening. And it's difficult. I know there is also a interest in taking those matters up with respect to whether you will undertake for no I withdrawal. But if you do that, my recommendation is not to have the zoning procedures act later this evening. However, individuals are here and I want to speak, and maybe we can accomplish both things. You have a public comment opportunity with respect to those announcements. Solid, if that makes sense. So in other words, you came here this evening to speak on any of those three items. It could be opened up for a typical public comment opportunity. I'll come up with some answer comments, so it's encompassing all the items related items. Not counting public hearing, which is actually which is another very level. It means that it will not be your only opportunity to see it. In fact, it is virtually live. You'll have no opportunity to address at that time. So that would be our recommendation to the council. If that's what you choose to do, and because the oral is on the table, there would be a normal presentation to the applicant. It would be necessarily a staff full report to go forward. There would be opportunity for citizens to come and engage council as factual your wish. Right now. This is very hard. That's not outside activities. I can drive with it. We go out with it. Citizens and those property owners. We have a lot of information for staff. Legal and not. Again, continue. This is very hard. The set of affairs it seems like it's a decision has implications that are unconscious. Example might be let's say on some cases after the room is important and the perspective of these messages let's say is not as not application. Let's see what message. So other students can have a on the others. The folks are good. You know, I don't
And I got that.
Next, Mr. Collins, please.
One comment I'll make before I go through my comments. I'm concerned that the wineries are published on social media saying that this is black. That's very presumptuous. For what's worth, I don't know what that means. But that, we all took our time to come out here and speak tonight. I just think this is all about where we're from. First of all, I want to say thank you to our mayor, our city council, our city staff, all of our neighbors for taking time to come out here tonight. The amount of time and energy that all of you have invested in this whole situation. We all have lots of priorities in our life that can keep our time. And it's unfortunate that this has become one of them. Sarah and I moved to Milton from Sage Bay and purchased our 25-acre farm in 2016. We were drawn to Milton for a peaceful, small town lifestyle. In this situation, it has certainly taken away from all that. The only positive that I can think of is that this has us the opportunity to get to know more of our neighbors. So that's my tip to be half full. I appreciate that. We live about half a mile from the Painted Horse line, so we get a close and personal taste almost every weekend of how ours this business has become. Please hear me when I say that Sarah and I have absolutely no issue whatsoever with the idea of farm wine in Milton. From the very beginning, it's going to be a unique, creative use of agricultural property and a great way to save veteran farm from becoming a subdivision. We were hoping to enjoy a Friday evening at a small charming winery down the street from our house where we could meet other Milton residents. But as you know, this is not a small workpoint operation as it sits today. As a small revenue profit often does, the winery has gone from well past being small workpoint. Pam Jackson is asking for permits that would allow up to 250 people on her property at any given time. That is not a small workpoint. As I'm sure you're all aware, there was quite a PR campaign done a few weeks ago called Save the Farm, and I received many copies of what all that said. Clearly they hired a very talented person to create a campaign saying that they only want to do what they've done for the past 25 years. She also said that only a very small handful of neighbors have voiced opposition to what they've always done. But I think the category of very small number of neighbors is very underestimated. The winery itself didn't even start until 2019, so I'm not sure how that fits into the last 25 years.
1 minute remains.
Thank you. There are actually a lot of people on social media who say how great this winery is, how unfair it is for our city to prevent her from what she's done and always done, and how they're pulling for her to prevail. And when people live miles away, perhaps not even in Milton, and just show up occasionally to enjoy the wine and the music, I can certainly understand how they feel the way they do. They don't have to live down the street from what goes on there every single weekend. But what about all of us that do? What about all of us on Friday night that sit at home and listen to music and see the police cars parked out front and worry about the traffic and the safety and all those types of things? Honestly, going down there on the weekends, it feels more like a bar than it does a quaint winery. So we're certainly concerned about that. I actually caught my daughter sitting on the porch a few weeks ago singing to a song because it was coming in our back door. So I thought that was certainly interesting. Again, we don't have a problem with this winery. I really wish Pam the best, and I certainly wish that she had kept it small, but unfortunately for those of us that live down the street, she didn't. My final thought, they seem to be asking for permission to do what she's done for over 2 decades. If she's referring to riding and boarding horses, giving lessons, having kids' birthday parties, and having a small boutique winery with a couple dozen people, I hope she figures that out, and I hope you all will do the same. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I put in here 1 second just to clarify something? The point I was going to make, I know there may have been some information sent out, but if you could clarify, basically even the deferral was requested and it was recommended to us. As you can see tonight, the deferral, we vote on the deferral here after public
It's
comment.
not deferred until the council defers it. Obviously, we can't control the messaging that comes out, but the council and everyone that I believe on our end knew exactly what the reality was, and that is the council is the final decision maker with respect to this.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the city has not put out any information as far as, that this would definitely be deferred or whatever. It's on the agenda and it's recommended. Okay, Tan.
Jesse Shannon, you're invited to come to the podium, please.
Good evening. I'm Jesse Shannon. I live at my wife and I live at 1820 Bethany Way, about a half a mile away from the winery. We live on 2 acres. I'll bring a different perspective to this, as I think I'm one of your newer residents in the area. Most of the neighbors that you've heard from and will hear from have lived here for quite some time. I grew up in Alpharetta for quite a bit of my life, but we just purchased about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Part of the reason why we chose Milton, and specifically the area that we chose, was all the things that I think make this area unique, that everyone has spoken to. It's quiet. We relocated from downtown Manhattan. It's a considerable difference. I am cornered by neighbors that have more property than the property in question here. The Riches who just spoke on one side, the Levitans across the street on the other. What I'd like to say is that if we would have known, honestly, in full transparency, what was potentially going to transpire on this street with regards to the proposed activities of the winery for the festivals and larger gatherings, we may have made a different decision. on where we chose to live. We could have lived in downtown Alpharetta. We chose not to. We chose to move to Milton and live off of Bethany Way. My wife and I fully support the first permit that, based on what I've heard, that they are asking for, which is the agricultural-related activities with regards to the winery, the horses, everything else. We think that's an incredible asset to the community. Our problem, and we're terrible barometers of noise, moving from lower Manhattan, I'll be the first to admit that, so it's less about noise and more about public safety. We've already fished a young man out of our front yard in a flipped-over pickup truck on that corner. It was August of 2020. Turned his truck over about 35, 40 feet from my front door. That's terrifying. And for those that have already spoken to it, our street is no picnic to live off of. It's basically a drag strip. And the idea of increased drinking and driving on that street, again, frankly, is terrifying. We have tried to get as much transparency as possible into things like impact studies or any sort of additional work that's been done or sponsored by the applicant with regards to understanding what the risk mitigation would be for that increased capacity on the street, and we haven't seen anything yet. And I think that's part of the frustration for us specifically through this process. I'd like to mirror what Tony said and thank this council and members who are sitting up here for attempting to engage and provide as much transparency through this process. As someone who's fairly new to this, it's very difficult to understand what we're even talking about half the time here. But from what I can gather, it seems like we're trying to bifurcate a farm winery and an agricultural operation from one that is ostensibly a concert venue and a wedding venue. And so to make it, to oversimplify there, we fully support everything to do with the winery and the agricultural business. And small events we don't have a problem with. But the larger events that cause traffic and potential issue and safety, noise, out of respect for my neighbors, I do know that their noise impact is more than ours. We do hear it at our property, but we are not as close. Those are things that we just can't fully support. The last thing that I would say with regards to, and again, it's a bit confusing, the process, but the last time that I was here, I did hear about the potential withdrawal of the third application, but I also heard a request to, allow for the additional uncorked concerts that were contracted. As a good neighbor, I would hope that there's some opportunity to meet in the middle with regards to that and potentially allow some of those events to transpire so that there's no harm to Miss Jackson from a business point of view. I don't agree with contracting things in advance of having approval, but at the same time, as a neighbor, I'd hate to see her put out, and I'm sure that many of us would be okay with putting up with a few more days over the next few months of traffic and noise in order to make sure that she can fulfill that contract. So long as it was explicitly written to know that we weren't giving carte blanche for her to have those events in an ongoing. So again, I thank you guys for hearing us out and for the time and appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon, and I'm sure coming from Manhattan, it is a change. My daughter lives in Manhattan, and I remember last year coming to visit and brought a couple of friends from there, and I noticed how back they just kept staring up at the sky like they didn't know what all the stars were.
So we lived right on top of basically where the Staten Island Ferry building is, right on the water. We moved from the financial district, and our neighbors, the Riches, rode up and greeted us on horses at our fence. So it's been an experience for sure.
We did the same when we moved here 28 years ago. Our neighbor came over on his tractor. So. They invited us to dinner, and my wife said, "Well, how are we going?" I said, "We'll ride our tractor over there." All right, please call the next person.
I'd like to invite Mr. Dudley Garrett to the podium, please.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Bill Garrett, and this is my wife, Dolores, here. We live at 13450 Hopewell Road. On our north property line is contiguous to the south property line of Ms. Jackson's land. There's a few widely spaced trees along Ms. Jackson's side of our adjoining properties, but they could never be considered any type of a buffer. The area between my home and the activities Ms. Jackson is sponsoring is virtually wide open. We bought our 9.4 acres and our home place on January 3, 1978. I began construction of our home on the land, and I believe we finished it in August or July of 1978. We moved in September of 1978. I was 41 years old at that time. We have lived there in this site in our home for the last 44 years and have never had any reason or concern that anything would ever happen to jeopardize our established quiet enjoyment of our property. We are now in our 80s, but rather than being able to relax and enjoy our home and property for our remaining years, we are forced to spend our time trying to protect what has taken us 44 years to build up. All because our neighbor decides that she wants to make money and convert her home and land into a commercial winery and attendant and supplemental activities. But first, I want to be clear about one thing. I have had no complaints against Ms. Jackson's activities involving her horse business, or her horse stabling, riding lessons, or equestrian activities, or even her creation of the Great Vineyard. The activities that can be expected by these things are all in agricultural zoning. In fact, I even made a comment to Ms. Jackson when we was talking about her vineyard, that I thought it would be an enhancement to the area. But the activities that Ms. Jackson is presenting to try to begin now will not enhance the area. We did not realize we had any kind of a problem until either March or April of this year. We were inside our house and were literally blown away by loud, amplified noise emanating from Ms. Jackson's property. On top of that, there was a person that sounded like a disc jockey yelling at the crowd, and the crowd yelling back at him. I'm certain some people called it music, but I call it noise, and it continued for a long period of time. I did not time the length of time it was, and I should have, but at that time I felt like it was just a party that Ms. Jackson was having that anybody has from now once in a while. But I did not know that it was going to turn out to be a preview of a regularly scheduled entertainment venue. The next thing that became apparent was the large crowds that began attending her parties. Then I found many articles on the internet advertising the event, including the planned schedule showing the dates, times, and activities, and the names of the entertainers that was going to be coming in. Found out that they've even built a bandstand on the property. There's information on the internet where people refer to it as an outside amphitheater, and that's exactly what they used it for. Ms. Jackson kind of summed it up in an article where she said that
1 minute.
The situation that this is not Buckhead or Atlanta, but it's doing the city of Milton a great favor because it's something that people can go to in entertainment that they don't have to drive a long way to get to. I did not inquire about the activities beginning with the first idea because I did not know her intentions, but it's evident as to what the intentions are. She places the one thing that she is doing in addition to the noise factor, which I did not know until just this past week. I've seen a plat that she's presented, and she's presenting the plat with showing a location of a winery building, a construction on her property. And that winery building is located right out my back door. I noticed the one thing that jumped out at me that building is as far away from her home as she can get it, and it's as far away from her children's home that lives there on the property with her as she can get it, but she can put it right next to me and on my back door. I don't
Mr. Garrett,
appreciate
5
that
minutes
at all.
has expired. I'm sorry.
Mr. Garrett, if I could just ask you to
Thank you.
try to wrap it up if you've got a couple more comments, but in
I'm
order
sorry.
of time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your comments. Tammy, if you'd please call the next speaker.
I'd like to invite Mr. Jeff Livingston. I hope I said that right, to the podium. Close enough. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, neighbors. Jeff Levitan, 1865 Bethany Way. Got 26 acres right down the street. 5 children under the age of 12. 2 of them have autism. I've been living there for about 4 years, and for the first 2 years, really didn't notice the farm at all. Just passing it, looked like a cute little equestrian place. As a matter of fact, my wife took some of the kids over to enjoy the agricultural related activities. As of late, this last year, it picked up quite a bit. The traffic was really bad. The presence of the police officers on the corners, which are there to help, I understand. But certainly driving past that every day, coming home and to work, and pretty much everywhere we go goes right across that intersection of Hopewell Road and Bethany. And even the roundabout coming in isn't going to solve the problem, I promise. It's just not going. It's good. It's a step in the right direction, but it still isn't going to solve the traffic problem on that corner. And just for public safety and the safety of my children and other children down the street, Bethany still doesn't have shoulders on the sides of the road. I always have tire grooves outside of my on my front lawn, trucks, cars, whatever, swerving. Further down the road, there's a deep ditch on both sides. No sidewalks yet all the way down. So there's some need for safety concerns down the road. And if the area turns into more traffic and more of a venue for large groups, it's going to be more dangerous just by default. I'm a freedom-loving entrepreneur. I've got more acres and flatter acres if we're going to start issuing a lot of permits for concerts. I love 80s rock music, and we'll get Def Leppard and Led Zeppelin and some really good old classic rock bands out on my property, and many others. I just don't want to see tenfold requests for permits everywhere if this starts to become a concert venue city instead of an equestrian city. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, if you please call the next speaker.
Next is Mr. Theodore Cox. Please come to the podium.
My name is Ted Cox, 13860 Bethany Oaks Point, Alpharetta, Georgia. Mr. Mayor, it's good to see you again. I just wanted to say that there are people here that live directly adjacent to the facility, and what they have to say is much more important than I would say at Bethany Oaks. There are 10 families at Bethany Oaks that have written to either to staff or to city council members, have shown up at the CZIB, have shown up at a planning commission meeting. We had a meeting with 3 city council members last week, and people came out. I would hope that the city council would decide this matter this evening. I think it's asking an awful lot of people that aren't directly adjacent to the facility to keep coming out and keep getting involved. These deferrals and things, I think, really favor the applicant. So I would ask that you to consider actually voting this evening. The second thing that I wanted to mention goes to the truthfulness of the applicant. At the CCIB meeting, a question came up about what time music ended and whether we would hear it in our homes. And I had made a comment that I heard music inside my home at 8 o'clock at night. And the applicant and her attorney made a comment that I must have been confused because the music is acoustic and it ends at 7 p.m. Yet 1 week later, they ran a full-page ad in the Milton Herald advertising their Uncourt concert series. And that concert series talked about music running from 6 o'clock until 10 o'clock at night that was amplified and electrical. So I think when you talk about something where there's an element of trust with the community, when you have an applicant at a CZIB stand up there and blatantly mislead people about what their intentions are and say we have acoustic music and we end at 7 o'clock at night and you're confused if you don't hear anything else to the contrary, to me that's not being truthful, and I think it's a basis for something the City Council would consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tammy, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Next, Mr. William Stample. Please come to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor. City Council, William Stample, 13820 Bethany Oaks Point, Milton, Georgia. I've lived here 25 years with my wife and 3 daughters. Those 3 daughters learned to drive on the streets of Milton as well, so watch them grow up. I've seen a lot of change over 25 years here, and being a resident of Bethany Oaks, we've seen a lot of change, and we've been impacted by a number of things, right? We've got the roundabout coming, which is going to directly impact us, right? My big concern of this whole applicant is traffic safety, impaired drivers, drunk drivers. I've seen too many accidents there at Hopewell and Bethany, and with the roundabout, it's probably still going to continue. I hope it doesn't, but it's probably still going to continue. The traffic, I've already seen Uber drivers, Lyft drivers parking in the Bethany Oaks clubhouse parking lot already waiting to pick people up from the events that have already been taking place. The drunk drivers, I mean, the roads of Milton are bad, right? We know that. People are, getting into accidents all the time, and, I just fear for, a bad accident happening there and continue that. The music, it's loud. I'm the third house in on the left. On the west side of Bethany Oaks Point, and I hear the music, and all times. The traffic, I still continue to see trying to pull out of the neighborhoods at times, Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon, there's traffic. And I'll just end this, I'll show you guys a picture. This was last Tuesday evening, 7 o'clock. There was a car that tried to drive into the exit of the Painted Horse Winery. 7 o'clock on a Tuesday night, this person, whoever they were, was trying to back out right into Bethany and Hopewell. And thank God nothing happened. No one got hurt, but that's the stuff we're going to have to deal with. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Amy, please call the next speaker.
Next, Casey Sturm.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Casey Sturm. I'm an attorney with Wiseman PC in the area of environmental, land use, and zoning law. I have the pleasure, for the record, our offices are located at 1 Atlanta Center, Suite 4. We are in Atlanta, Georgia, 30326. I have the pleasure of representing Joseph and Erin Knaus. Both Mr. and Mrs. Knaus are here today. They live in the Lake at Cooper Sandy subdivision. They are directly catty-corner to the Painted Horse property at 800 Cooper Sandy Cove. I will let Joe in a moment talk to you about his family and children, but they are just some of the community members directly impacted by the activities at the Painted Horse. I want to talk broadly about these three applications. I feel it's important not only that you hear from Joe, but obviously the community that's impacted on the ground. So there's just some legal issues that I'm sure your council has also brought to your attention, but I think bear mentioning. And one is this huge disconnect we see. While this may have been presented before the community at some point as a benign farm winery, there is a huge disconnect, as you hear from the neighbors, between what is actually happening on that property and what was supposed to be happening and what is legally allowed to happen. So I ask this body to think about, when does the ancillary use become the primary use? And when does the primary use become ancillary to that? Okay? So here, while we have what has been licensed and arguably permitted as a winery, that is not without limitation, even under state law. And under state law, there are certain requirements that the winery has to show that it is meeting to maintain that winery license. And I ask you whether the applicant has met that burden. I was hired shortly before the Planning Commission. I came before the Planning Commission and said, I will tell you up front, I am way behind the 8 ball. I have the least knowledge about what is going on. Part of the problem, though, is in reading the applications that were put forth, it's hard to tell what the applicant is requesting and under what authority. When I dug through your meeting minutes, I learned that there were some allegations and threats of litigation based on grandfathered uses and entitled uses. Yet it was hard for me to tell, and I've talked with opposing counsel, or I should say the applicant's counsel, what is it you contend that you're entitled to do? What is it you contend that is a grandfathered use? For the public, that is a hard concept to understand, particularly when you have community members that have been here for over 25 years and can tell you that never happened. So the burden of proof on any applicant before you is on the applicant to show not only that they meet the application requirements, but they are entitled to what they're asking. And here, when we look through these applications, I see nothing in the record by the applicant showing that it has established a grandfather use to carry out music events. And when we talk about music events in the context of a winery use, the applicant is unable to clarify what those music events should be, should they be ancillary to the use. Is that amplified?
1 minute.
How often? And so I ask this body, on behalf of my clients, that you deny deferral to the extent you're going to engage in any deferral of these applications, that you consider, should this applicant be able to carry on any music during that time? The public has had to suffer this entire time that the applicant knew they may not be allowed to do this, and yet they did it anyway. So we would ask that you deny deferral and vote to deny all of the applications.
Yeah, I only have a minute. You guys, I've sent several emails to the council how I feel. There's two sides to every story, but the reality is, and it should be very apparent, what the applicant is asking for, what's going on in the community are two different things. We do not have one concrete permit request because it changed in the planning meeting. Now they're withdrawing it so they can do it again. They're playing defense to see what we're going to say. And the best course of action is to cease and desist right now until we figure out what's going on. And I have to say, this is a cancer on our community. It's a cancer on the community where people who just want to go home are here, they're mad, they're upset, they're going to spend their own money, and they're going to litigate as well. And I respectfully thank you for being here. I hope you feel better, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Tammy, if you please call the next speaker.
I'd like to invite Mimi Sullivan to the podium, please.
Hi. I have a little voice tonight, but my name is Mimi Sullivan, 2090 Bethany Way. And you've heard all the arguments for a year and a half about the problems with this winery. The problems with traffic, congestion, and speed, with alcohol use, loud music, with having a commercial use inside, embedded in the midst of a residential community. We've met with a lot of you individually and congregate. And I guess for me, what it comes down to is these user permits are not about preserving the rural integrity of Milton. They are being sold as doing that, but that is not what this is about. This is about one woman's ambition to make money out of her farm. If this were about the community and benefiting the community, then these user permits would not be happening at all, because all the adjacent neighbors in that area, save for supposedly there's 5 who are supporting it, have indicated clearly that they do not want this type of use in the middle of our neighborhood. I think it's especially disturbing that there has been this public campaign of what I call deception and misinformation. This is not about saving the farm or saving the winery. This is about the commercialization of an agricultural property. We have had to listen to this music every weekend. We cringe. There's the police car. Now we know it won't be long before the music starts. It's upsetting because you dread every weekend. So in the Milton Herald, I saw where a representative of the Painted Winery said they have 5 neighbors who support their winery. I can give you 50 neighbors who have met in meetings with you, who have written emails, who have talked with us. They are encompassed in Bethany Oaks, in North Park, in Cooper Sandy, all along Bethany Way, including directly across the street and behind them on Hopewell Road in Cooper Sandy, all the way down Bethany onto Haygood. And they're all concerned, they're upset, they're hearing the music, they're seeing the traffic. We already know Bethany Way is a terrible speed trap. We've all had cars turn over in our front yards. There hasn't been anything really done to make Bethany Way safer. For a year and a half, I have worked to reach all the neighbors and find out what their feelings are about this. How do they feel about it? A lot of them were reluctant to come forward, but then encouraged that their voice needed to be heard. They could make a difference in Milton, that everybody's voice matters. And if you show up, and if you send emails, and if you speak, that the government will hear you. The bureaucracy will hear you. I think that you all have heard us loud and clear. What worries me is what might be going on in the back door that the rest of us don't know about. What's being given away supposedly for our benefit down the road. And I think about these people being so courageous and so willing to speak out, knowing that one neighbor or another neighbor might know how they feel and what position is that putting in. I'm asking you tonight to show courage and commitment to actually preserving the rural integrity of our neighborhood. And I know that is a difficult thing to ask you, but all of the neighbors, 50 at least of the neighbors, have done that. And I'm asking you to do that. I'm asking you not to defer this. We have fought it for a year and a half. The music goes on, the traffic goes on. So if we defer it for another month, what are we talking about? We're talking about how many more weekends of more traffic and more noise that we're all going to have to put up with until July 19th. And then how many people are on vacation or aren't available or we've lost momentum. So I'm asking you to have courage tonight and commitment to Milton and to not vote
Time
to
has
defer.
expired.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amy, if you please call the next speaker.
Mr. Curtis Mills, would you please come to the podium?
Good evening. My name is Curtis Mills, and I live at 16355 Birmingham Highway. I am not speaking for or against. My neighborhood is not close enough to have standing. As most of you know, I'm the property owner and the applicant for Matilda's Under the Pines, the music venue, and almost exactly 3 years ago tonight is when I stood before you making that application. Not going to drag you through all that again. Really, the reason I'm here is to say I recognized then, and we know now, that we knew very little about music venues in Milton. We had little experience with it, and you all had to be hyper careful and vigilant in setting parameters to make sure that it wasn't unintentionally damaging. Recognizing that the Matilda's venue is in a commercial zone, and I understand this is not. That's a difference, but I just would ask you all, if you do go forward with this in July or tonight or at some future point, if you consider relaxing the constraints that were put on Matilda's, I'd like for you all to consider allowing us to share in that relaxation. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tammy, if you'd please call the next speaker.
The next is Alexandra Givens.
Hello. I'm Alexandra Givens. I live directly across the street from Pamela. I'm at 2170 Bethany Way. I've lived there since 1998. We moved out there for horses and peacefulness and tranquility, which we had for many years until recently. I just want to mention a couple of things that nobody's brought up. The fact that it is a cut-through. It's a very busy road. My daughter grew up with Pamela's daughter. I witnessed my daughter almost getting hit by a car, and I witnessed her daughter almost getting hit by a car. And they just pick up speed. And a couple of things I wanted to point out is that it's just not made for the influx of traffic that we'll have if she's understand she wants weddings. And as far as the horseback riding, it has always been fine. It's been quiet and peaceful, and our daughter would go over there and swim, and there was never a problem with it until of recent, and with the winery. And even with the roundabouts, I'm not sure that it's going to help the traffic. And then if we have weddings, and then there's another piece of property, stone throw away, that's for sale right now on Hopewell, that also has the permission to have events there. So that's really two places very close. If she got approved, we have as many as 400 cars trying to come through there at one given time. The traffic's not suited for it. So I've seen large delivery trucks that can't get into her property. It's small, 2 lanes. These are big delivery trucks that stop on the road. And then cars are speeding down the road. And I see that as a problem. Emergency vehicles. I've had call 911 to come get me several times. Weekly, you've got emergency vehicles going across Bethany Way because it is a cut through. And I would hate for somebody to need that emergency vehicle and they can't get through because of traffic. The noise, I was at my driveway just over the weekend, just listening to the concert. Very early on, I first heard about it, and I went to go and participate, see what it's all about, and maybe pass one. And so, San Pamela is not wheelchair accessible. One big question I have is, why is somebody allowed to why is accessibility always an afterthought? So it wasn't even something I could say. And her answer was, she hasn't done any accessibility yet. That was several months ago. And my property value, what's going to happen to my property value? It's going to take a special person that wants to buy my property right across from. They might be opposed to it, they might not be opposed to it, but if they lived with my shoes, I think they'll have there for a while. That's it. I did the effort for me. I don't think it's the right. I hope that will make it not extending.
Thank you very much for your comments.
So, Mayor, that concludes the public comment, but I will call back up. Ken, call your file. Okay.
Okay, just take all the public comments. Okay, Ken, I'll look to you. What's our next?
Right, well, so now we've done the comments with the collapse permits together. Now you actually have to address them standalone. Again, we allow the comment these are the nature of zoning item. Now you need to decide if you handle them like zoning item tonight, or if you want to defer them, or are you going to allow you to draw all of the best use permit. Mr. Mayor, I recommend you start with zoning item 4, U21, 1, U21 approved. That's the first one, and it's for the council to make the first decision. There is a request to be this somehow in July. You can take action comment, comment. If your decision is not to take action on it, you open up for a vote about public hearing based on that presentation. Opportunity for the applicant to present this like any other.
So this point, basically, this item is up for deferral.
Deferral. Yeah.
I'll open up council. I want to know if there's any questions for staff on this. Or someone wants to know.
Just excuse me, will you please exactly which one it is?
Right, so this is U21, 01, these 21, 3 and 4, and record activities you permit. This is the first order on your previous permits. This is one of the ones to his request deferral. It was on the law.
Open up to either if it's action or the questions.
Some comments. So I want to make it clear to the people in this room that this council makes decisions. So I was very disappointed to read on social media until we get consent. Social media posts. And one of the things that I know as farm owner is that it takes common sense and compromise courtesy to your neighbors to make these work. And I'm all for the agricultural uses of land. But I hear from people, the neighbors, which are my priority. These are folks that I represent don't have a choice. They live with what's happening in their backyards every weekend. We have to figure out a way to compromise and communicate. So, say farm communication is so confusing to communicate because some of your neighbors are farm owners. And so it's disappointing to see how lack of communication has taken place among the applicant and the first. As we sit here tonight, I thought those come up and spoken their minds. I know that for the winery to be successful, manufacturing business, those are things that this community supports. You want to be successful. You have really a lot to be on a lot of acreage. So I sit here and listen to the neighbors. Don't have an issue with the right uses. I think that perhaps you guys can get in a room and go through what it is you need to make your right uses viable, but not to neighbors. This is what it's to be a neighbor. And when you have something against neighbors and other farms, you have to more community. So I sit here, you have to choose whether to deny everything, which leaves us with nothing, not a big option, or approve something that we had in mind. So one of the options that I consider is some sort of meeting or engagement to determine if there is any common ground. I don't know if there is. The gap is huge. Staff has recommended denial. Planning commission's recommended denial. And we'll send neighbors here. They're not happy. But if there is any common ground, so try to find it within not 30 days, 40 days, 2 weeks. And those are my comments. And certainly, if anything go forward, everything should cease. I'm respecting the neighbors.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I'll start echoing
that I'm in agreement with them, at least sometimes completely. He makes some very valid points. Once again, I've been following this all the process. Again, again, when we continue to be called by is the information that's out there, representation of the facts of so many instances by the applicant. And the state of the farm campaign couldn't be more appropriate. What this is to say, the really was state commercial entity, the third force, that's our paying. In that recognize the right, the opportunity to conduct business has been approved by conditions of 81. And from my reading, so there's a disconnect. Again, speaking by an extremely misinformation campaign. When I too saw the advertisement to the social media advertisement, it was basically from as evident that both. So here only the China community that is in opposition or I call that because we hear folks like say media neighbors say the belief to support the activities that are right. But they take offense to that are far exceeding the bad activities we expected to take place there. And here's no representation of a community like that. Like, they express misinformation focused by the applicant. That the bill was going to take place tonight. So there isn't even a fair hearing. You hear both sides. I'm really troubled by that. Of course, it's easy to get all the communities in here in opposition to that. Just because that's the constituency that we represent. What we decide to run for council. Again, we're compromised. The applicant propagating misinformation to the community. So you settle people take off. That's how I saw the community opposition or the applicant more to parodies of the compromise. When the community is also by his tendency, spoken eloquently in favor of her decision, and giving sound reason to say no. There's so much of these things. And yet, I can see tonight thinking I have or have not given a fair hearing to this. When the applicant has compromised the hearing. I'm not sure where I'm going to go with this tonight, but the misinformation campaign has to stop. If we are going to choose to defer, there has to be a meeting in the immediate future of the interested parties to look for an appropriate compromise with the most affected neighbors represented firmly at that table to get their best opportunity for success. I couldn't be more
frustrated. Perhaps I'm angry. I think the misinformation campaign crystallizes what has happened throughout this process. It wasn't that long ago that we assembled and we supported this winery. We supported it because we thought it was good use. There was by right opportunity. And we felt great. Won't become a subdivision. But since then, it feels like the owner has been loophole hunting and commercializing in a neighborhood, sort of in the vagueness of the regs, which I think are less vague as we move forward. I think there's a level of deception, and while I have a high opinion of the applicant, I don't like the practice. And I think that we have come to this place where you folks have spoken well and fairly and gone to a lot of trouble to express your opinions. I also was extremely dismayed to see the building placed. First of all, if there was even a building that size, when you mix everything together, so not only am I disappointed at where we are today, I stand in full opposition of your plans, and you just need to know that because I'm not going to mince words. I also feel that if there is a deferral, there needs to be a very large adjustment to how many people will be at your by right farm winery. Because in no way am I willing to tolerate we take out this, we take out that, which is our right to do, and there are hundreds of people there at the winery. That's just not going to work. So I just candid person, and I think you need to know where I stand. That's it. I feel very strongly about this.
Good. Anybody else? Good. Go first.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it was good hearing from the citizens tonight. The thing that was, I remember when we get into these kinds of situations and discuss these kinds of important topics, that the adjacent neighbors are certainly an important part of this, but the landowner is an important part of this as well. They're all citizens. They all, in their minds, have a point of view that is valid. I would agree with fellow council members that a lot of good things. We heard a lot of good opinions, a lot of statements of fact tonight, how this is impacting everyone. I've also received quite a bit of email, and I would say that email is both for and against. So we have had a little glimmer of support for what's being asked, but I do share concerns that the council members have stated regarding this seems to be a moving target, and it seems like part of that movement is designed to buy time, and we need to get this to a point where we make some decisions. And so I would actually be in favor of addressing all of these things tonight, but certainly given the fact that we've got an opportunity to perhaps gain some common ground, as one of our council members mentioned, I can certainly see that. But one of these items, the withdrawal, I think is something that we can vote on and take care of.
I guess I would echo a lot of what the fellow council members have said. I've been frustrated with misinformation. I've met with a number of neighbors who have come forward clearly expressing their concerns, and what I don't hear is I don't hear people with pitchforks out going out saying we don't want this to happen, what you've been using in the past. They're basically saying we support what's been going on. It's what's been here for a long time. We're in favor of that. In fact, you even heard support of the winery, but what does that entail? That's the by right use. And what does that look like is, I think, the thing that is a concern, because it's not really defined what the applicant wants. And because when we approved, I was part of the council that approved the winery. We thought it was a great thing. We worked through it. We made it so that you could actually do wineries within the city. And I can tell you one of the things we recently said that we're going to basically put a hold on future wineries because of the things that have happened with this use. I think that's one of the things that made us say, well, maybe we need to look a little bit harder at what the restrictions should be or how we're going to format this. I hear the community still open to things that have been going on. And what I've noticed in the emails that we've all seen that are in support, most of those are really saying they're in support of an event facility. The concerts, the very things that I'm hearing the neighbors say they've got concerns on the impact to them, the negative impact to them. The other thing, I guess that's a concern with the communication that I've seen, it's dividing our community. It's not pulling it together to make this be a great thing for the community. What I'm seeing is people who are less impacted by the potential use are directly pitted against the local landowners who've lived there for a long time. And that's a concern for me, because we try to represent everybody, including the landowner that's coming forward to basically give us ask for what she would like to have. And we try to consider these things fairly. We look at them, we try to look at all sides. I think we do have a little bit of an issue because, and I saw the notice too, basically saying that this item has been deferred, not that the applicant has requested deferral and the council will actually be voting on it. It's basically, it was a foregone conclusion, and don't show up, we're going to do it. So now we don't have the other side of the people that would talk to hear their perspective, but I am very thankful that the local folks came out to actually tell us what they've been experiencing, because you guys are the best arbiters of what is the experience. Sure, people can come and go to the concert series and really enjoy it, but they're not the ones that are listening to the music and you're most directly impacted. And I think it's got to be something that we're both parties, both the applicant as well as the neighbors, have some type of a compromise. So, Paul, I guess I'm kind of where you're at. It's, if we have a hearing, because the applicant actually said don't show up, you're not going to hear any of the other side. It's going to be very limited. So I guess I'm still struggling with, there's not a good solution here tonight. And if we do hear the thing, then we're going to have to go through and actually vet all the individual components of each of the requests. And I will say I support voting on and I think it would be easy to vote on the withdrawal. That to me is pretty straightforward, that item.
Okay, Peyton.
The Mayor, I guess my main issue tonight is the only reason why I am supporting a deferral is because I don't know what she's legally entitled to by right, and I'm worried that if it's an outright denial, what could be the long-term consequences for the residents? I think probably the applicant knows where council is going in this direction, and I think a deferral might be the best outcome for both parties. But I totally respect, deferrals are the last thing that I want to do, and now we're talking, today's June 7th, and we should probably have that answer to what she is legally allowed to do by right, but we don't have it, and I don't feel comfortable making a decision.
Okay. Yeah, I would say, let me just, and then I'll give you another opportunity. I echo pretty much what, parts of what everybody's saying and in general are on the same page. To Peyton's point, that's been my biggest concern is with an outright denial, what are the things that would pop up that even those that are supportive denying it, that may sneak up on us and the citizens. So to me, the reason I would support a deferral is the opportunity. I think even Councilmember Bentley said that, if the neighbors can work together and if there can be a better outcome. If there's not a compromise that comes, then we always have the opportunity to approve or deny. But this gives an opportunity for the community and for the neighbors to possibly get a better outcome and for us to get a little bit more information. But
Because, sorry.
Go ahead.
And I just wanted to bring this out there, and my assumption is during this time, the applicant or legal counsel is willing to restrict some of her by right use when we define it. Is that correct? Okay. Talking.
Do we have any commitments?
We have no commitment on that.
Okay.
Except I would say the only commitment I have heard is with respect to the Uncorked series. That will not be occurring.
Joe?
Well, the thing I was going to point out is we've got 3 items that we need to vote on. One of them is for withdrawal, so that I think that's a no-brainer because it has no impact if we vote to withdraw in support of the applicant's request to withdraw. There remains 2 other pieces of business. One is asking for variances, which no one is entitled to a variance. So we can vote to deny that if we wanted to. The other is for a rural event facility permit. And that is the thing, I think, Peyton, that you're getting to, as to what rights come along with that and what is our understanding. So that certainly should be the thing that we defer. But I don't know that we have to defer two things and approve the withdrawal. I think we could vote on one thing, actually vote on two things and defer one.
Yeah, and I'm going to look to you on that direction.
Well, if you're gonna take up item number 4, which is the agricultural related activities, you need to go ahead and decide you're going to do that, have the staff report, and go ahead and open up a public hearing. That's the protocol we came up with this evening. That's the appropriate thing to do, if that's what your objective is.
Okay, so
Is 4 somehow tied to 5? Is there a reason to keep those two things together from a deferral point of view?
We have to vote individually.
Well, here's the way I see it, and I don't know what the technical answer is, but this is 18 acres, and we've got a winery, and we've got an equestrian facility with 20 horses, okay? So everything is converging, and there's no lines separating the uses. We've got a request for events, weddings, we've got a rural event facility, or rural uses. So I don't know if I can make these decisions on, separately. And that's why I think council is so confused about what we would be approving and what she would have a right to. That scares me because I don't know that I know that. And I don't want the neighbors to be disappointed in the decision.
Could I just mention one thing? I think that for those of you who have come out and spoken, and you certainly have been heard, a concern that we have, and I think I'm putting this maybe in a language that might be very clear, is whether the by right, we share concerns about noise, we share concerns about traffic and attendance. Those three things are at the gist of what you're concerned about. Those things can happen at a farm winery without necessarily a special event. And we want to get a handle on that out of fairness to the neighbors that are very unhappy. So while it may look to you that deferral is some sort of a dodge, we're very concerned about that in total, okay? Not just on these one-time events or these sequenced events at parties, et cetera, but on a day-to-day basis. And that has to be controlled.
And I want to echo that too. My support of deferral is an interest of the main interest of the neighbors, and to come to some kind of solution so that there's not something that, again, if it's by right, but then again is worse than what anticipated. So, definitely I support deferral in order to try to work out a better solution, not a worse solution.
Thanks, Joe. And I can support some of what you just said in the interest of making sure that we're doing what's right for those who are most affected. And I also agree with Councilmember Jameson with his concern about what the by right part looks like. But I want to make sure that we're not conflating two issues. I don't have any confusion about whether or not I think it's okay to park cars within the 100-foot setback. I don't have a problem understanding whether or not the horse arenas and the driveways can be within the 100-foot setback. You know what? That's real simple for me because that has nothing to do with a by right use. Those are things that are already a request for a variance. I have no problem saying, you know what? No, thank you to all those things. I have no problem with supporting the withdrawal. That's easy. Councilmember Longoria spoke very eloquently to the fact that that's a no-brainer. You know what? That's easy. The part where it's still confusing is Councilmember Jameson's concern for the conflating of the two issues of the by right winery use and the special event things that may go along with that. Not necessarily special event, but the kinds of events that may be measured as music or concerts of some scale, which I don't know what that scale looks like, because I don't understand yet what the by right part of that looks like. So I struggle with number 5, the U2102. And I might be willing to support a deferral for that part. The rest of this is real easy for me. No thanks.
Anybody else? You know, to be the most conservative and cautious, you know, we've talked about possibly splitting these up, and the one that the item the applicant has asked to withdraw. But I will ask the question, if the council's willing, and I know I support deferral on the other items, is there any harm to just, you know, wait to vote on that when we have the hearing on everything? Again, is that?
Of course not. No, I mean, I think that, you know, the package, for all the reasons that some of you have stated, knowing the totality of all the things that are on the table and all the things that could be potential concessions, may make the most sense to have it all wrapped up together. You know, the reality is many of you have met with these constituents, as have I. Many of the questions that have been raised tonight, we have discussed those with them. There is always going to be time to disagree, but there may be a limited time to come up with an omnibus solution to some of these issues. And that has been sort of what has driven at least the way I have approached this. And so, you know, whether or not it's worth the additional time is going to be up to the enlightened wisdom of the council. But my recommendation is this additional time might yield some long-term dividends. You all know that. You all know that's my position.
Go.
All right. Can I make a motion then to defer agenda item number 21-160? We're going to have to do these one at a time, Ken, is that correct?
That is correct, Councilman.
Then I make a motion to defer agenda item number 21-160 to the July 17th, 19th meeting. Oh, right.
Before I second that, I'll let.
And hold on, before we have, and there's always time for comments too, if somebody has a question on that.
So finish your motion.
Okay, Joe, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second for deferral. Councilmember Longoria, second from Councilmember Jameson. Now I'll open up for discussion or questions on that.
I guess I'm trying to figure out where we're going with this. I'm concerned about the date of the deferral, that it's even longer than what I had hoped for, and the conditions of the deferral for the applicant.
So if we can get it shorter,
Yes.
I'm all in favor of that, but I don't know if we.
Big concern was
Oh,
out of vacation.
Yeah, I think, I'm sure.
I heard that was the preference of the date.
We could do it shorter.
For who?
Well, Ken suggested it because.
Well, if the council wants to defer it to the first meeting in July, that's July 7th, is it not, that Wednesday?
What about June? We meet on the 21st.
I don't think we're going to have enough time to re-advertise.
Okay, that's an answer that I can accept. I just want to, prolonging this is my question. And I would love to hear the applicant, what are we going to do during the deferral period?
All right. So the thought would be that if there is an interest by certain council members, and if there's an interest by representatives from the applicant, and if there's an interest by stakeholders and neighbors who have a unique interest in this piece of property coming together and seeing if there's any opportunity for common ground and some sort of an omnibus solution to work out something that is perhaps a win-win for everyone. I suspect we would find that answer out fairly quickly. And if the answer is no, then we will have lost time.
Okay, so fairly quickly, as I agree with that, and I'd love to, this is what's unfortunate about what happened tonight, is, that good faith intention on behalf of the applicant, because a deferral comes with strings and conditions. And then this council decides that. So if we can't make June, and I don't want to do this during the week of July the 4th, then we'll go with the date. But what about her activities? Now we're getting into, 30-plus days.
Councilmember Bentley, what I would this is just me, is that if we're going into a deferral and we're going to go into this meeting with the residents and the applicant and their attorneys, it's on Ms. Jackson, and it probably won't help her cause during those meetings if she continues, and the outcome might be worse.
I would agree with that, yeah.
So I'm going to ask a question that maybe everybody else on the council understands the answer, and I'm the only one that doesn't. Are there unlawful activities taking place right now? Is there anything that is non-conforming about the current property's use?
I think it's probably a question for me. And I think that given where we are in this process, I would prefer to not answer that in this forum. But there are a variety of different answers to that question.
Well, it's important to understand, because if what we're concerned about is the date for deferral, because we don't want too much time to elapse, there's an implied, because we don't want more damage to occur. And so that makes it sound like something's going on that shouldn't be going on.
Joe, I disagree with that. I think these people are out of patience, and I think just in neighborhood consideration, we're just trying to come to a resolution for the angst and the discomfort. And I don't know that leads to...
I think, honestly, I think the 30 days would be a perfect timing, give enough time, but not drag it out too much. The problem is 30 days puts it in a vacation week, which would not be fair to us and citizens. So I don't know that 7 more days would, is going to be impact it negatively. I would say this to answer the question. I think what we hear the most, and I believe the neighbors the most concerns, are concerts where they've had the 2 special event permits, which by our ordinance and code, you only get 2. They've already had their 2. So would it be safe to say, Ken, that over the next 5 weeks or whatever that time is, that would not be a concern?
Representation that has been made from me to me is that those will not occur any longer.
Rick?
Okay. Yeah. The concerts will not,
the so-called uncorked series.
Okay. Yes.
It's been the representation.
What I heard was, and again, we can all talk about this, what I heard were residents being concerned not just about the uncorked, but also the ongoing every weekend, the traffic, the traffic and the music, and them still being able to hear, even though it wasn't a special use permit. But that gets into the fuzzy area of, okay, how are we defining what's by right? That's the issue. And again, back to, Peyton's comment is it would behoove the applicant, if in good faith they really want to try to work with the neighbors, then don't do things that you've heard are going to be an issue, or at least tone it down so it's not as big of an issue in the meantime, so that you can all try to work together.
So I made a motion because I thought that was the logical choice that we were already willing to make. If people are not comfortable with deferring this until July the 17th, the 19th, then I'll withdraw my motion.
Well, I have a question on Ken's point. If, like the Councilmember Bentley's point, June 21st, if we're deferring it, I mean, we're just like that whole advertising thing. Why? It doesn't go to the Planning Commission. It would just come back to us. So could we defer it to June 21st?
June 7th, I'm going to want at least 15 days to run the legal ad.
That's not.
That doesn't work.
Okay.
All right.
So here, and I understand what you're saying, so for me to put, if we are going to try to allow some sort of holistic solution, omnibus, with the neighbors in good faith, I don't think that, I think that pulling this all apart is not going to serve that purpose, if that's what we're trying to accomplish. Because this is one property with several different uses being applied to it. So I would be not in favor of pulling things apart before that negotiation took place.
And I would agree with it. That's the reason I asked the question, you know, if we.
So
defer
keep the
them
two
all.
deferrals, but
You
grant the
restate your
uncorked
deferral,
withdrawal,
The festival.
the festival
Or
withdrawal.
that was why my question was, what harm would it be if they were all deferred?
Okay, we can only vote on one at a time.
Right.
I am voting, I made a motion to defer this to July the 19th.
For the first one.
Correct.
Yep.
We have to vote on them one at a time.
And I've got a
Yeah,
motion.
one more question.
I have a motion, a second, and then.
Well, you're probably going to kill me. So if we can't do it June 21st, could we have a special meeting, or is that just off the
I'd be
table?
in favor of that.
I'm willing to have a special meeting.
Okay.
The sooner, because I believe that, you know, pretty soon,
It's what we signed up for, so.
So, depending on what that would need to be. the
I'd
next-
want to hear from staff about the legal ad.
I was just gonna,
That'd be the 28th.
the 28th as far as legal ad.
Oh, 15 days. Oh, 15 business days? Oh.
The 25th, right, would that be 15 days?
It wouldn't be published until the 17th. Doesn't give you enough time.
No, that won't work.
So the 28th would not work? Is that what
No.
we're hearing?
It's just such a long time for it before
So,
it gets
excuse
published.
me, Ken, one question. Would the people who spoke tonight, would they be entered into the record the same way like emails have been in the past and not have to testify again?
You mean at the next public hearing?
Correct.
Council could certainly recognize those comments and have them become part of the record. I think that would be in order.
Yeah, and I want to stress that because I've told people also that tonight, their comments count. They didn't waste their time coming here, even if it is deferred, but.
Comments always count.
Yeah, they always, your presence counts. Your presence counts. All right, so right now I've got a motion and a second to defer this item until the 19th of July.
Right.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Yeah, just real quick. I don't recall who brought it up, but whether or not the deferral comes with any other conditions, like a mandate to meet with the community by that time. You know, that there needs to be an assembly of some kind of the property owner, the applicant, and the interested members of the surrounding area to suggest that there is some action that moves us forward.
So one of two things is going to happen, okay? Either we're going to convene on the 19th of July or whichever date this winds up being on and vote on these things exactly the way they are today, or people are going to get in a room, figure out what really needs to happen, and we're going to wind up withdrawing these items in favor of something else that makes more sense out of this whole situation.
We're modifying.
Yeah, I'm after that.
Right.
But I'm not sure how that process gets facilitated.
Well,
You're
it's not
just suggesting that
I'm not
it's-
worried about that getting facilitated. It either happens or it doesn't. If it doesn't happen, we're going to be voting on this the way it is.
Well, what I can tell you is the applicant has expressed a willingness to do this. However, from a coordination standpoint, it's not going to become coordinated until this occurs because there was no knowledge of whether this would occur yet. So if this occurs, and there is in fact the additional time, the applicant will either do it or they won't. The neighborhood will either participate or they won't. And that will simply be a product of me working with the various attorneys involved.
I think the
I
council has
think
sent
that-
a very clear message where the burden is.
Yeah, the burden would be, you know, again, we.
Council's been
we're
very
meeting,
clear.
Here's the deadline.
Yeah.
So, okay, so have a motion for deferral and a second. A motion from Councilmember Longoria, a second from Council Jameson. We've had discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay.
Okay, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Moore opposing. All right. Let's,
So in a similar fashion, do we have to read out this item?
Not that we don't have to resound it, but we are on to number 5 now, U21.
Right. So I was going to make a similar motion to defer agenda item number 21-161 for the same date as the other item that we just deferred. That way I don't have to commit.
Second.
okay, I have a motion for deferral from Councilmember Longoria, a second from Councilmember Morrig. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's you? Nope.
Opposed.
All right. Those opposed? Okay. That looks like it passes. It passes, but Councilmember Moore and Bentley in opposition. Okay?
All right, so
Next
on to item number 6. I move that we withdraw agenda item number 21-162.
May I respectfully just, we accept the withdrawal of.
Correct.
Thank you.
We accept the withdrawal.
And do we need any kind of presentation from staff on that?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Longoria with a second from Councilmember Morrig to approve withdrawal of this item. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimous. Let's see, looks like that may be the end of our agenda. I do want to personally thank everybody, no matter which side you're on, for being here tonight. As I think we stated, everything that was discussed tonight is of value. Comments are value, opinions are value. We're only hoping for a better outcome, if that's possible. If it's not, we will make our decision on the 19th. So, thank you very much. All right. Anything council have to report on? We're good? All right, go ahead, Paul.
On May 21st, council members Bentley, Jameson, and I participated in a Fulton Academy student speech event. There were 16 bright young students that gave couple-minute speeches on a variety of very topical global topics, and they were extraordinary speeches, and I applaud, I don't remember the teacher's name. Do you remember? But it was an event that apparently we participated in last year, and if you ever get a chance to participate in the future, it was very rewarding, and I applaud all those students for their level of preparation, the quality of their presentations, and the time and effort they put into it. It was just a very, very rewarding event.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'll open up for a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Morrig and a second from Councilmember Longoria to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.